1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, deans, academicians, students, and participants. On behalf of Graduate School of Business, GSB, SIGI University, we are delighted to welcome you to the first SIGI International Conference on Business, Environment, Sustainability, and Technology, CBEST, with the theme of revitalizing and rebuilding towards sustainable development. My name is Zayana, and it is my pleasure to be your MC for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to introduce and welcome the guests at our table today. We have, first and foremost, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad, Director at the Academic Excellence Division, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. We also have Ms. Stella Lau Kah Wai, Managing Director of SIGI University and Colleges, Malaysia. We have also in our table today Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti, Director, Postgraduate Studies, Research and Innovation, Mahsa University, Malaysia. Assistant Professor Dr. Bunchu Bun Likit Siri, Associate Dean for Student and Foreign Relations Affairs, Burapha University, Thailand. We have Professor Dr. Lawrence Arokiasamy, Dean, Graduate School of Business, SIGI University, and also Dr. Chong Kim Mi, Chairman of the CBEST Conference. We also welcome all presenters and participants of our conference today. CBEST brings together academics, researchers, and students who are responsible for delivering their research output in the areas of business, environment, sustainability, and technology. This conference is held in collaboration with Mahsa University, Malaysia, as well as Burapha University, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to read the main agenda of the conference. We will begin by addressing the opening remarks from the conference chairperson, and then we will proceed with a speech by our guest of honor from the Ministry of Higher Education, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad. Next, we will have opening speech delivered by the Managing Director of SIGI University and Colleges, Ms. Stella Lau Kah Wai. And after that, we will hear from our two keynote speakers. First will be Assistant Professor Dr. Bunchu Bun Likit Siri from Burapha University and Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti, Director of Postgraduate Studies, Research and Innovation, Mahsa University. Lunch break will be between 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and the conference concurrent session will be held between 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the designated meeting room. And finally, the closing ceremony will be held at 3 p.m. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the conference. Distinguished guests, faculty members, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we invite Dr. Chong Kim Mi, Chairperson of CBEST Conference, to deliver the opening remark.
A very good morning to all our guests of honor, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad, the Director, Academic Excellence Division, Departments of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Managing Director of SIGI University and College, Ms. Stella Lau Kah Wai, and also the Dean of SIGI Graduate School of Business, Prof. Dr. Lawrence Arokiasamy, Keynote Speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Bunchu Bun Likit Siri, Burapha University, from Thailand, and also Prof. Sri Kumar Chakravarti from Mahsa University, Malaysia, Dean of Faculties, Head of Faculties, Departments, and my fellow colleagues and students. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you all for coming to this conference. All right, so this is such an honor to have so many academics and scholars with us here today. Thank you to all my committee members for your hard work and your commitment since February this year to prepare and coordinate with all the parties to make this happen. I'm very sure that all of us will benefit from the sharing of knowledge and experience in this research and also sustainable development domains. So for your information, there are 43 papers submitted to this conference under the themes of revitalizing and rebuilding towards sustainable developments. We have participants from Malaysia, China, and Thailand. and their papers will be presented and selected for publications. In line with this, we will be also announcing the best paper and best presenter at the end of the conference today. So thank you, and once again, welcome to CPES Conference 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chong Kimi, for the opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have a representative from the Ministry of Higher Education today, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad. So before inviting Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini, allow me to read some in biography about Professor. She is an Associate Professor in Microbiology. She is the winner of the National Academy Award, Teaching Award, Pure Science Cluster in 2018. Currently, Dr. Wan Zuhaini is the Director at the Academic Excellence Division, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. She oversees the strategic academic planning and policy development, innovations in teaching and learning, and talent excellence. She has introduced innovative academic excellence initiatives, including experiential learning and competency-based education landscape, EXCEL, Service Learning Malaysia University for Society, SULAM, Future Workforce Engagement Series, FORCES, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad, Director at Academic Excellence Division, Department of Higher Education, to deliver her speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to the Organizing Chairperson, Dr. Chong Kimi, Managing Director of SEGI University and Colleges, Ms. Stella Lau Kawai, Dean of SEGI Graduate School of Business, Professor Dr. Lawrence Arukia Sami, keynote speakers, Assistant Professor Dr. Bunchu Bulikit Sri from Burapha University, Thailand, and Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti, Masa University, Deans of Faculties, Head of Faculties, Departments, Program Leaders, Professors, Lecturers, and Students. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me this morning, and I am very honored and humbled to be amongst the leaders of SEGI universities. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity has finally managed to control the spread and devastation brought by the COVID-19 pandemic after the world has suffered for 2 years. At this point in time, too, technological advances that we have been witnessing are picking up pace once again as we move rapidly into the era of the fourth industrial revolution. In Malaysia, the higher education sector is now, we are moving beyond the old norms and make use of methods that are both strategic and innovative in order to continue meeting the needs of Malaysian tertiary students, both local and international. At the same time, academic sharing and networking initiative such as this, the first international conference by SEGI University, must be continued to sustain research and development endeavors for the benefit of humanity. The Ministry of Higher Education applauds the efforts of SEGI University in realizing these goals. Special mention goes to the SEGI Graduate Business School, as this is the first international conference organized by GSB, and we're happy to receive, as you mentioned, participants not just from Malaysia but also from other countries like the People's Republic of China and Thailand, and other partners, namely from Burapha University and Masa. Must also be congratulated for having the vision to realize this important academic vision towards academic knowledge and sharing and dissemination. The world is currently dealing with a large number of problems that pose a danger to sustainable development. These include issues like poverty, inequality, climate change, and the damage of the environment. So rejuvenating and rebuilding our economies and society in the direction of sustainable development is necessary if we are to confront the problems we face. It also means ensuring social inclusion by ensuring that each and every single person, regardless of their background or circumstances, have access to education, health care. Social inclusion can be achieved by providing access to these essential services. Now, within the realm of academia, we may realize sustainable development efforts through academic collaborations and the accomplishments of the objectives outlined in SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 17, for example, as well as by fortifying the means of implementation and revitalizing the global partnership for sustainable development. Similar strategies include developing policies, programs, projects, and practices that contribute to accomplishment of other sustainable development goals. Within the Malaysian context, the Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint 2015-2025, higher education that was developed and implemented to guide the nation's higher education sector through 2025 and beyond. One of the 23 critical projects listed in the blueprint is the Top Business School. Hence, the initiation of the Malaysia Top Business School framework, MyTBS, is a major sustainable strategy that is introduced, a formal strategic policy framework which addresses the transformation of business schools to meet international standards, establish strategic collaborations with various stakeholders, and contribute to positive societal impact. And this framework provides a unique standard to measure the practice of business leadership and managerial excellence. And it is also indeed essential to ensure that Malaysia's graduate business school are well prepared to meet the challenges of the future higher education goal landscape. Another sustainable development goal that we must not forget, which is SDG 4, that is quality education by ensuring inclusivity and equitable education for promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. Without a doubt, this SDG related directly to the theme of this international conference, namely revitalizing and rebuilding towards sustainable development. So the Ministry of Higher Education believes that investing in quality education is an investment in human capital or human flourishing that will yield social benefits throughout the lifetime of our citizens. It is necessary for all parts of society, including the government, civil society groups, charitable organizations, commercial sectors, and individuals to collaborate in order to accomplish this goal. To this end, the ministry also launched the Entrepreneurship Integrated Education, serve as a guide for this institution to infuse a well-rounded entrepreneurship knowledge into the tertiary education curriculum to realize the vision of this nation and to produce holistic, entrepreneurial, and balanced graduate. On that note, the ministry hopes that this international conference will lead to collaborative research and projects amongst institutions of higher learning and industries in addressing the issues of restructuring and rebuilding businesses after the pandemic. It is also hoped that this event will be sustained and continued in future so as to establish networking opportunities among academicians, practitioners, government officials, and society to continue to provide a platform for scholars and practitioners to debate and disseminate their research findings with global thinking and local context, and to offer more opportunities to industries and policymakers, and of course to enhance the industry-academia partnerships. Once again, congratulations to SEGI University Graduate School of Business in organizing this SEGI International Business Entrepreneurship Social Science and Technology CBEST. I truly wish all participants a fruitful and informative CBEST 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad, for the wonderful speech. It's an honor to have you joining us this morning, Doctor. Thank you very much. And as our gesture of appreciation, we will deliver an e-certificate of appreciation to you. Thank you very much, Professor Wan Zuhaini.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to listen to the opening speech by Managing Director, SEGI University and Colleges. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Stella Lau Kah Wai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Zainal. Very good morning to everyone. Good morning, Dr. Chong Kim Mee, organizing chairperson for this conference of CBEST 2022. Good morning to our guest of honor, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini, Director, Academic Excellence Division of Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Dr. Lawrence Rukiasamy, Dean of Graduate School of Business, SEGI University. Associate Professor Dr. Bunchu Budit Hitsiri, Burapha University, Thailand. And Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti, Director, Postgraduate Studies, Research and Innovation, Masa University. Our colleagues at SEGI University, conference presenters of all three universities from SEGI University, Burapha University, and Masa University. Thank you for your participation, and I really look forward to your presentations later on, as well as to our students who have also joined us, our postgraduate students. Thank you, and I know we will have a lovely time and a really great sharing session today. So the theme of this conference for CBEST 2022 was revitalizing and rebuilding towards sustainable development. And I think how apt of such a theme, especially in this era of post-pandemic. And why I say that is because at no other time more than now, the challenge for business was to recover losses or to rebuild their organizations post-pandemic. And I think all of us are aware because that's the harsh reality of it. But forcing growth in a short term, we feel that it may do more harm in the future than good. Growth is easy. I'm sure we all agree with it. We need just a few strategies, a few tactics, and we could achieve growth. But is that growth sustainable? Would that growth be scalable? And I think that is the challenge. Those are the questions that we would like to hear later from our academics, because we strongly believe that research and academics will inform the way we teach and the way industry and societies will conduct themselves. And because of your research, we can then formulate new strategies, new policies, the way we restructure our organizations for optimum growth, and in a way that is sustainable for long-term strategies. There are already many discussions about how we can all grow together with scalable systems. So a relook at the processes are necessary, a way we restructure our talents, even the way we work, the way we have always construed how working should be may all change. And we have heard debates about the benefits of changing working environments, the way we should change even reporting structure, and the way business organizers themselves will all drastically change in the era of post-pandemic. So with that, we will be really excited to hear. I know there are more than 100 participants in these conferences. There are about 40 plus papers to be published post-conference, and they will be published in ERA and Scopus Index journals. So looking at all the titles that have come in and the research collaboration between universities, I think all of us in this conference, and particularly the organizing committee, I think they have been very excited to receive papers of such impact. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you again to the organizing chairman, Dr. Chong, Dr. Nur Zayana. I think your team has done a marvelous job. And I know that this is not going to be the first or the last conference you guys will be doing. So congratulations. And with this, I declare the conference open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Stella, for officiating our event for today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate this event, let's have a group photo together for this morning. Well, we have all our guests of honor, our Dr. Wan Zuhainis are here. I would like to ask everyone to turn on your camera so we can get a group photo and put on your best smile. Okay. Let's turn on your camera, everyone. All right. My colleague will be ready to do the screenshot. So I would now like to give time for everyone. I'm seeing more faces now. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this morning. Okay, let's give a few more seconds for the rest of us to turn on their camera and also to give some time for my colleague to be ready. Okay. It's a pleasure to see all of you today and joining us this morning. All right. Are you ready, Dr. Gui? Okay, ready, yeah? Okay, everyone. On the count of 3, put on your best smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Do we need another shot? One more. Okay. Let me know if you're ready. Okay, all right. Another round. Okay, put on your best smile, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to our team behind here also for preparing everything and getting ready to do all these technicals. All right, thank you very much again to Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad and also to Ms. Stella Lau Kahwai for spending your time with us this morning. We will email the Certificate of Appreciation as our token of gratitude to both of you for joining us. To Ms. Stella and to Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaini, we wish you well and have a good day. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the next agenda, which is to hear from the keynote speakers. So before beginning the first session, okay, allow me to deliver an introduction about our first keynote speaker this morning, Assistant Professor Dr. Bunshu Bunlikit Siri. So Dr. Bunshu is also with us in this meeting room. So Dr. Bunshu is a senior lecturer for PhD, Master's and Bachelor programs at Burapha University, Thailand. He is also the Associate Dean for Student and Foreign Relation Affairs. Dr. Bunshu obtained a doctoral degree in Educational Communication Technology from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand in 2011. His research revolves around cultural community, development of digital skills, virtual and augmented reality. So for today's session, Dr. Bunshu has prepared a pre-recorded video in delivering his speech. All right, so Dr. Bunshu is there. We will watch Dr. Bunshu's pre-recorded video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Bunshu for his title, The Desirable Characteristics of the Eastern Digital Industry Personnel on Digital Skills Aligned with Digital Industry Needs in Virtual Reality and Augmented Reality in Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the video together.
Good morning, everyone. I'm great pleasure to be invited to join CBEST 2022. I would like to say a big thank you to the organizer for this time. I am currently working at the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Burapha University, Thailand, and have the opportunity to teach and research on digital media and worked with a government and private organization, digital media and digital content company, and had a great opportunity to be the digital smart electric and robot industry of Eastern Economic Corridor of Human Development Center Working Group, or EEC-SDC. For today is a good opportunity. I would like to share knowledge with everyone. Since I had the opportunity to do the development of digital skill, VR and AR to promote Eastern Digital Industry Personal Project. I would like to share some interesting information about desirable characteristics of Eastern Digital Industry personnel on digital skill aligned with the digital industry needs in the virtual reality and augmented reality in Thailand. At first, I would like to introduce information about the Eastern Economic Corridor, or EEC. The start of the 21st century has been marked by dramatic shift in the global economic landscape. The rapid rise of China and India and the emergence of mainland Southeast Asia as investment destination. So the Thai government had laid out 20-year strategy for Thailand to achieve high income status by 2036. The strategy includes a wide range of top-down initiatives, especially in infrastructure and people development, to transform Thailand into a nation that can compete against wealthier, more knowledge-based economy. The government called the strategy Thailand 4.0, taking a cue from the concept of Industry 4.0, aimed at transforming the country into an innovative, value-based industry, with emphasis on 12 fields such as automation and robotics, aviation and logistics, biofuel and biochemical, and digital. The Eastern Economic Corridor, or EEC, development lie at the heart of Thailand 4.0 scheme. The EEC is an area-based development initiative aiming to revive the well-known Eastern Seaboard, where for 30 years, numerous business developers have experienced a rewarding investment journey and exceptional achievement. EEC located in the center of Asia, where more than half of the global population reside. Thailand is known as the key geographical gateway to one of the most populous regions in the world. Not only have the number of residents has been rising, but the growth in Asia also continues to outpace that of others, making the continent an emerging economic powerhouse of Europe. The EEC project initially focused on the three eastern provinces, namely Rayong, Chonburi, and Chachoengsao province. The EEC development plan envisages significant transformation of both physical and social development, play an important role as a regulatory sandbox, uplifting the country's competitiveness. The EEC development plan is integrated into the 20-year national strategy and comprised of development of fundamental infrastructure, digital infrastructure, livable smart city, and financial center, targeted industry that utilize advanced technology, promotion of tourism and development of human resource, education, research, and technology. To capitalize on this reality, the Thai government initiated DEC building upon the success of the Eastern Seaboard with the vision of creating a next generation gold area to realize the Thailand 4.0 strategy to promote sustainable economic goals based on the so-called new S-curve industry with research, innovation, and digital economy at their core. At first, EC supported the 10 S-curve industry, but now adding to 12 industry. EC has identified a total of 10 industries to target for investment under the plan, which will be vital to the country's future economy. These industries are referred to the S-curve industry of Thailand. The 10 S-curve industry of EC have been targeted as the best industry to provide the country with attaining the match coveted level of critical mass in the innovation they will offer and the markets they will enter. These industries are representing the best chance for the country to attain the goal of Thailand 4.0. They are automotive, intelligent electronic, digital, logistics, aviation, railway system, automation, robotic, high value and medical tourism, medical and comprehensive healthcare, and maritime industrial. The EC has collaborated with a related agency to enhance human capital capability. The program aims to produce qualified human resources to serve EC target industry, while partnering with international organizations to guarantee the standard of EC human resource. In 2019, the Eastern Economic Corridor Office, or EECO, conducted a study on human resource needs in 10 target industries in 2019 to 2023, with high demand for 475,674 workers in target industry. Divide into education level, vocational education up to 250,000 positions, bachelor degree up to 200,000 positions, and master of PhD degree about 8,000 positions. If specific to the digital industry, we will find that worker demand has the highest among all the industry. There is demand for workers in the digital industry as high nearly 120,000 positions. Thailand has developed the 5 core strategy: digital infrastructure development, including digital-related law, digital government, cybersecurity, technology innovation, and digital talent development. Digital is now the mainstream investment opportunities in the digital industry are abundant in areas such as e-commerce, IoT, digital content, and cloud computing, among others. Thailand Industrial Design Center predicts that over 61% of the country's GDP will be digitalized by 2022, driving $72 billion in IT-related spending from 2019 to 2022. For development of DEC, the government has launched the Digital Park in Chonburi Province to promote new S-curve industry like robotic, aircraft, digital business, biofuel, and biochemical. As a flagship project located in EZ, Digital Park Thailand, or Eastern Economic Corridor of Digital, or EECD, is the future destination for digital global player and digital business innovator to explore, develop, and acquire original digital technology for thriving digital business. It consists of the world-class data center, digital innovation test bed, and IoT institute, which are fully equipped with high-tech facility. With the second largest digital economy in terms of market value in ASEAN, Thailand has seen a digital revolution affect process and activity across almost every business sector and activity. Thailand's digital economy grew to $16 billion in 2019 and ranked first globally for mobile internet usage. The digital economy is expected to contribute 25% to Thailand GDP by 2027. For the key investment opportunity for the digital industry, which are software development, IoT, e-payments, e-commerce, and digital content like that. There are important technology related to digital content that are rising star and can be extended in many industries. They are virtual reality or VR and augmented reality or AR. AR technology can create an artificial environment, whereas AR technology make use of the existing environment by overlaying new information on top of it. VR is a simulated experience similar to the complete different from the real world. VR aims to create sensory experience for the user, something including sight, touch, hearing, smell, or even taste like that. The industry as a whole is going at a fast pace, with the global VR market size projected to increase from less than $5 billion in 2022, or no, sorry, 2021, to more than $12 billion by 2024. Both the enterprise and consumer segment, including the increased development of the VR gaming industry, are expected to profit from the forecast goal. AR technology integrated digital information with the physical environment, live and in the real time, through the addition of graphic, sound, haptic feedback, or even smell to the natural world as it exists. AI can combine real life with the superimposed image or animation using the camera on the mobile device or AR headsets as a part of the wider extended reality or AR industry. The global AR market size is expected to grow considerably in the coming year. The commercial use case for augmented and virtual reality that are expected to receive the largest investment in 2024 are training and industrial maintenance with $4.1 billion forecast to be invested in both fields. VR gaming, VR video viewing, and AR gaming make up the three largest consumer use case for AR and VR, with $17.6 billion expected to be spent in 2024. The global AR and VR and mixed reality market leads to the $28 billion in 2021, rising to over $250 billion by 2028. Another interesting information in the augmented reality and virtual reality market size was valued at $14.84 billion in 2020, and is projected to reach $454.73 billion by 2030, registering a compound annual growth rate of 40.7%. Key drivers of the market include growing potential in the gaming industry. The entertainment and media industry will fuel the growth of the augmented and virtual reality market during forecast period. The aerospace and defense industry will drive the growth of the market in the coming year. an immense application of AR and VR in the healthcare market will serve the goal prospect of the industry in the forthcoming period. The life of AR VR marketing will boost the goal of the market in the coming year. The manufacturing sector will fuel the demand for the market in the subsequent year. The education sector will change drastically, thereby positively impacting the expansion of the market during the upcoming year. From all the above information, therefore, I see the importance of preparing personnel involved in the digital content industry, especially in the field of VR and AR. Therefore, I have studied the desirable characteristics of Eastern digital industry personnel on digital skill aligned with the digital industry need in virtual reality and augmented reality in Thailand as part of the development of digital skill, VR and AR to promote Eastern digital industry personnel project. The objective of a study of the needs for the development of digital industry personnel in VR and AR industry in Thailand, and study of fundamental data of the Eastern digital industry personnel in development of digital skill in VR and AR. For the first objective to study of the need for the development of digital industry personnel in VR and AR industry in Thailand, I have brought the needs questionnaire that has been collected by the sample group in company in the digital industry, including 51 companies in the digital industry, with the data analysis process as follows. The data analysis at this stage, I have proceeded and analyzed the data by the static used in the data analysis. We can see percentage, standard deviation, and the important index value of the order of need or modified priority need index or PNI modified like that by performing the important data analysis as follows. Most of respondents were private company, the company related to the digital content industry that produce work in VR and AR are still concentrated in the capital city Bangkok, and a small size company with no more than 50 employees. The need personnel involved in VR and AR average about 5.31 people. A needs analysis for development of digital industry personnel in VR and AR industry using modified priority needs index or PNI modified, which is a method for estimating difference of authenticity, status, and expectation, and then divide by the authenticity status. The formula for calculating this is PNI modified equal I minus D divided D. When PNI stands for the priority needs index, I is mean the expectation, D is mean the authenticity status, like that. Based on the needs assessment using the PNI modified, it was found that the first order of personnel development needs was a basic understanding of VR and AR, followed by 3D modeling and animation, programming, software development skill, user interface design, user experience design, software development kit uses, video production, and finally is a sound production. This is a graph for compare the score of the expectation and authenticity status. For the second objective to study of fundamental data of the Eastern digital industry personnel in the development of digital skill in VR and AR, I have brought the fundamental data questionnaire collected to collect data by sample group is digital industrial personnel in the Eastern region, including 572 people in the digital industry in the Eastern region. With the data analysis process, data analysis at this stage, I processed and analyzed the data by the static used in the data analysis frequency, percentage, and standard deviation by conducting important data analysis as follows. Most of the respondents were in 18 to 25 years old and still studying. The level of the education in a bachelor degree, the available of digital device such as computer PC, laptop is 77.80%. This means that there are still people who are not equipped the equipment to use for work or skill development. Most of the respondents know VR, but no experience of using VR up to 57.52%. Most of the respondents know AR and have experience to using AR, 58.92%. Most of respondents know Unity engine, but no experience of using up to 70.10%. And unknown Unreal Engine and no experience of using up to 89.69%. And most of respondents know VR headset, but no experience of using up to 65.38%. I have sent online questionnaire for collect data about fundamental data of the Eastern digital industry personnel in the development of digital skill in VR and AR, which is an estimated questionnaire by using criteria to determine the score with and the 5-level estimate according to the Likert method. At the follow 4 points mean having knowledge or skill at the highest level, 3 points mean high level, 2 points mean moderate level, 1 point is mean low level, and 0 points mean no knowledge or no skill, like that. The based on the questionnaire is what found that the Eastern digital industry personnel, they have a digital skill in the VR and AR. AR is the basic understand of VR and AR is a moderate level. For the other skill is a low level. From the above information show that different needs from the workplace and the skill of the personnel involved should be prepared to develop the upskill and reskill on the skill core to prepare the personnel to be able with expanding digital content in VR and AR, and should be developed soft skill at the same time, such as design thinking, leadership skill, teamwork skill, communication skill, digital literacy skill, like that. Also, there should be hardware readiness because the development of VR and AR require hardware with the high performance, including equipment related to develop that require experience in use, such as a VR headset. Finally, I hope that the information shared with all of you today will be useful and can be used to the further develop the relevant personnel. Today, I would like to say thank you again, and I hope the opportunity to sharing information and knowledge with you again in the next time. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ
Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. What a love. We just the world alone, and for the second love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love, word of the Lord. We just say what a love, what a love. We just say what a love, for the sake of love, love for the love, yeah. Come on and look at the moon tonight. The stars are dancing to show the right. Come together. They cannot shine. No, 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 no. Like this sparkle in her eye. For you, my love, I brought the sun from the sky. Come and look at the moon tonight. Cry me once again, my love. They cannot shine. Come to me again. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me to move the world. Word of love. We just a word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love. We just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. What a love. We just the world alone, and for the second love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love, word of the Lord. We just say what a love, what a love. We We just say what I love for the sake of love. Love for the love, yeah. Come on and look at the moon tonight. The stars are dancing to show the right. Come together. They cannot shine. No, 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 no. Like this sparkles in her eye. For you, my love, I brought the sun from the sky. Come and look at the moon tonight. Cry me once again, my love. They cannot shine. Come to me again. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me to move the world. World of love. We just a word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love. We just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. Word of love. We just the word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love, word of the love. We just a word of love, word of love. We just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love, yeah. Come on and look at the moon tonight. The stars are dancing to show the right. taking no shine. Come to me again. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me to move the world. Word of love. With just a word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love. With just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. Word of love. With just the word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love, word of the love. We just a word of love, word of love. We just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love, yeah. Come on and look at the moon tonight. The stars are dancing to show the bright. Come together. They cannot shine. No, 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 no. Like this practice. In her eye, for you, my love, I brought the sun from the sky. Come and look at the moon tonight. Cry me once again, my love. Taking no shine. Come to me again. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me to move the world. Word of love. With just a word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love. We just say what I love, for the sake of love, love for the love. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. What a love. We just the world alone, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love, word of the Lord. We just say what a love, what a love. We just say what a love, for the sake of love, love for the love, yeah. Come on and look at the moon tonight. The stars are dancing to show the bright. Come together. They cannot shine. No, 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 no. Like this sparkle in her eye. For you, my love, I brought the sun from the sky. Come and look at the moon tonight. Cry me once again, my love. They cannot shine. Come to me again. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me to move the world. Word of love. We just a word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love. We just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. What a love. We just the world alone, and for the second love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again, babe, for the love, word of the Lord. We just the word of love. What a love. We just the word of love. For the sake of love, love for the love, yeah. Come on and look at the moon tonight. The stars are dancing to show the right. Come together. They cannot shine. No, 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 no. Like this sparkles in her eye. For you, my love, I brought the sun from the sky. Come and look at the moon tonight. Cry me once again, my love. They cannot shine. Come to me again. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me to move the world. Word of love. We just the word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again, beg for the love. We just the word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. What a love. We just the world alone, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again, babe, for the love, word of the Lord. We just the word of love. What a love. We just say what I love for the sake of love. Love for the love, yeah. Come on and look at the moon tonight. The stars are dancing to show the bright. Come together. They cannot shine. No, 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 no. Like this sparkles in her eye. For you, my love, I brought the sun from the sky. Come and look at the moon tonight. Cry me once again, my love. They cannot shine. Come to me again. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me to move the world. World of love. With just a word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love. With just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love. Try me once again, my love. Call me once again and ask me for the mother world. Word of love. With just the word of love, and for the sake of love, my love, my love. Cry me once again, my love. Come to me again. Beg for the love, word of the love. We just a word of love, word of love. We just a word of love, for the sake of love, love for the love, yeah. Come on.
From Faculty of Education, Associate Professor Dr. Lydia is also here. Thank you for joining us. To Dr. Lydia and also the education team, thank you for joining us in this session today. Yeah, I also see colleagues from Faculty of Medicine. Thank you very much. And then let's see, Faculty of Engineering also. Thank you for joining us this morning. Also from RIMC, Research and Innovation Management Center. Thank you to colleagues from RIMC. And also here, let's see, Human Resource also is here. So our HR team are also here in this session this morning. Thank you. Thank you for your support, colleagues. We also welcome participants from our collaborators, Mahsa University as well as Burapha University. You can see some of the names here, the ones that I can, to the extent that I can see. All right. Here I can see colleagues from HR, those from Mahsa University. Thank you for spending your morning with us this morning. So in total here we have 91 members in this meeting room. Wow, that's a great colleague and team. Okay, we will have Professor Dr. Sri Kumar this morning. Yeah. In the chat box there. Prof. Gita, hello. Good morning, Prof. Gita.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi,
morning,
thank you.
Dr. Jaina.
Hi, thank you for joining our session this morning.
Thank you.
All right. I think we can begin. Yeah. All right, let's start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, deans, professors, associate professors, lecturers, and participants. All right, we will now listen to the second keynote speech by Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti. Okay, Dr. Sri Kumar, yeah, Prof is here already. All right, so before proceeding, allow me to introduce our invited guest speaker for today. We have Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti, who is the Director of Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Studies, Mahsa University, Malaysia. So a little introduction, background. So Prof. Sri graduated with Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, MBBS from Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University. He obtained his Doctor of Medicine in Pathology from University of Madras. He did MBA dual degree in Hospital and Healthcare Facilities Administration from the Indian Institute of Commerce and Trade. So a little bit about research. Prof. Sri has over 250 papers indexed in international peer-reviewed journal with H-index of 33, I-10 index of 92, and over 5,300 citations. So among the awards that Prof has received are the Outstanding Scientist Award 2019, Ron Harden Award for Innovation in Medical Education 2009, and Prof was recently conferred Malaysia's Visionary Education Leader 2021, as well as Outstanding Leader in Healthcare Sector 2022. All right, Prof, it's an honor to have you on board this morning and to finally meet you. How are you?
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. It's nice to catch up with all of you. And thank you so much for the lilting music in the background just a while ago during the tree break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti to deliver his speech entitled Impact of IR 4.0 on the Future of Work. Keep your chin up. After all, it's not rocket science. So, Prof, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you so much once again to the organizing committee, and I hope we all can keep our chins up for the next half an hour at this point in time. I'm here not for a keynote or a plenary, but I'm here just to maybe raise a few eyebrows on what is in store for us in the next few years. Considering that IR 4.0 is in, and many of us may sort of lose our jobs. But before I begin, I'd actually like to congratulate the committee for having chosen a wonderful backgrounder. It feels like I am in the Kingsman Secret Service movie with Colin Firth here and Taron Egerton walking up the stairs. So as much as I said that, you have a handsome dean who's actually dressed bespoke like a Kingsman. So ladies and gentlemen, before I move on and I present my slides, I need to tell you something about the day, how it began. When I left from home this morning, while I locked the door, I made sure that I asked Google how my way is. In fact, I didn't ask Google. I just had to say, good morning, Google. And Google replied, good morning, Sri, and hope you have a wonderful day. And make sure you cut down on your coffee. And your drive to work is 47 minutes. And when Google said that, Google also calculated the time that I take when I stop at Costa Coffee for a drive-through. So that is Google for you. And at the same time, when I got into the car, I made sure I took my smartphone and I switched on my Me Robot Google Home, so that I know that in the next couple of hours while I'm at work, the Me Robot cleans up my house. And as I got into the car, before I started my engine, I went through my Facebook and Instagram to see if my 11,000 followers on Instagram and 3,000 friends on Facebook are all okay. Though in reality, I don't have any friends. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the era of IR 4.0. So with this food for thought, let me put up my slides. While I put up my slides, if any of you agrees to whatever I have said till now, you can actually show a reaction. I'll take a few seconds to put up my slides, but before I do so, I hope you can see my presentation at this point.
Yes, Prof, we can see. Okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
I've gone into full screen mode now. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time with me today, and I hope you all had a wonderful tea break or a coffee break. We've had a long half-an-hour coffee break, and coffee breaks and conferences are meant for people to actually mingle with each other, have coffee, exchange name cards, and so on. But look what it has become now. We've actually had to switch off our computers, go grab our coffees and come back. And again, that's IR 4.0 for you. Everything is remote. Everything is online. If there are 97 people listening out here today to me, it means that 97 of you are listening to me with 20% of your mind, while the 80% of your mind should be occupied with some other work. And that is multitasking. If you're able to do that, continue and listen to me for the next half an hour. If you are not able to do this, if you're not able to focus 20 to 40% of your mind on a talk or a webinar or a TED talk or anything in the background while you're doing some other work, you aren't fit to work in 2025. And this goes to all the students who I see here today as well. I see a lot of students. I understand that a lot of you are students here. So this is what it is for you in the next 5 to 10 years. But having said this, let me tell you, keep your chin up. It's not rocket science to understand how we can actually go about circumventing all this. Bill Gates has said that I always give my work to a lazy man because I know he can do it in the shortest way possible. IR 4.0 needs more lazy men. And let's see how lazy we can get and still do our best. I've moved on to the next slide. I hope you can see the slide transition. This is a poster. This is a poster from a very famous movie that came in 1993, Schindler's List. Now, for those of you who've seen and who watched and enjoyed this movie, you can actually give a thumbs up in the reaction list. Now, this movie is an amazing movie about thousands of people who lost their jobs in the Holocaust. And if you realize, that was the time of the Second Industrial Revolution. And at that point in time, this gentleman Schindler gave them all jobs in his factory. He gave thousands of people jobs. So that was a time when it was an industrial revolution. It was a Holocaust. It was a time when battles were going on and people lost jobs. And we had a Schindler who gave them jobs. Now, this is an article in Malaysia in 2017. Is this another reason for another Schindler's List? According to a 2017 report by Khazanah, it is estimated that more than half the current jobs in Malaysia are at a risk of being affected. And if you see high risk, 54% is all the semi-skilled and low-skilled jobs across all the major sectors. Which means I'm worried about people working in toll booths. I'm worried about people working in hypermarkets, in petrol stations, in plumbers, electricians. So many Malaysian jobs are at a risk of automation is what we were told in 2017. And ladies and gentlemen, it's 2022 now. So are we at a risk of losing our jobs? As I talk to you right now, we have about 300 to 400 million people who lost their jobs. We've had 80 million people who lost jobs in Asia alone during the COVID pandemic. But are we losing jobs due to a specific reason? Is it due to COVID? Is it due to IR 4.0? Or is it due to the Great Resignation? For some of you business people out there, you would realize that there's something called the Great Resignation. It's a trending hot video right now. People resign not because they lost their jobs, but they resign because they want to give up on full-time work and stay at home and work from home because they have special skills. They have specific skills. That is why we now talk about upskilling, reskilling, and so on by MQA, by KPT, and by Punjana and all that. So can we grab this opportunity in Malaysia? Yes, we can. And if we grab this opportunity, we can actually become a high income nation by 2027. Now, what is IR 4.0 in reality? Let me give you a couple of examples. It is said that by next year, 80% of the world's population would have got internet, would have got smartphones. And when you say they've got smartphones, every smartphone comes with internet, which means 80% of smartphones come with internet. So 80% of the world's population is going to have internet next year. Now, what does this mean? That means that we all have access to Google. We all have access to knowledge. Unfortunately, we have access to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and blah, blah, and so on. But anyway, remember that within another 2 years, the first automobile is going to be entirely produced by a 3D printer. We at MASA have 3D printers, and we're actually doing a lot of research work on 3D printers. We are planning to have a femto satellite using a 3D printer. But while all this is still in a discussion stage, the first automobile is going to be out in a couple of years. More than 50% of home appliances would be connected to the internet. In my house, probably most of my home appliances are connected to Google, while other parts of the world, most of the home appliances are connected to Alexa. So I'm sure for many out here, we have wonderful friends in Google and Alexa. So this is a trend of the future, 2025 and beyond. And if Malaysia picks up this challenge, if you can grab the opportunity, we can become a high income nation by 2027. So IR 4.0 probably is in the curriculum in most business programs and business courses. So what is IR 4.0 is a superfluous question right now, and it's quite redundant, but let me just give you 2 examples. There is a gold mine in Africa where recently they used data from sensors. And after using data from sensors, they identified problems with the oxygen level that was occurring due to leaching, which had actually interfered with the gold digging process. Once it was fixed, they were able to increase their yield, which saved them about another $20 million annually. This is according to one of the McKinsey reports. So that is IR 4.0 for you. So IR 4.0 is where everything is digitalized. Manufacturing, hard work, everything becomes an autonomous system. And the space between IR 3.0 and 4.0 was just 30-35 years. Between IR 1 and 2 was about 100 years. Between IR 2 and 3 was about 100 years. Between IR 3 and 4 is just 30 years. And we are already entering IR 5, which means we are rapidly actually going into every new industrial revolution. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a poster from a very famous movie that came in the late 1960s or early 70s. Again, if there's somebody who can relate to this, you can actually click on any emoji in the reaction box. This is a James Bond movie starring Roger Moore. He was perhaps among the best James Bond actors. Some argue that Sean Connery is, but anyway, irrespective of who was the best James Bond actor. Now, what we have defined as IR 4.0 now was actually showed in this movie 30-35 years ago, 50 years ago. And at that time, when I watched this movie, I thought that, oh my God, I mean, all this is a total fiction and none of this can actually turn into reality. And a lot of that turned into reality. And that was what they envisioned as modern technology at that time is IR 4.0 now or IR 5.0 now. Now, after this movie, Roger Moore went on to make one more James Bond movie, which is The Spy Who Loved Me. And for that movie, one of the scenes was shot on a moving train. And to shoot the scene, they had to have a man with a camera on a helicopter. This was the trend even until 2010, when Wolverine in 2010 was starring Hugh Jackman. The train scene was shot with a helicopter and a camera. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with IR 4.0, we don't need a helicopter. We don't need a camera. And worst of all, we don't need a cameraman. A person who's trained 3 to 4 years to be a cameraman does not have a job anymore. He's probably selling drones on Amazon. Everything, a $400 a day rental helicopter, a $400,000 a day rental helicopter, $60,000 camera, and a cameraman who is paid about $150,000 a year has been replaced by a $2,000 drone with a camera. So that is IR 4.0. Technology has replaced $500,000 with just $2,000. But this is just what I told you a few slides ago. Now, the first industrial revolution was more of induction of steam and water power. In fact, the first industrial revolution also brought in something very important to mankind, which is pollution. And that was the time when we had so much of pollution that the skies in London were black. And that was the time when we had an increase in respiratory diseases and pneumonia. The peak of pneumonia in the past 2000 years happened during the first industrial revolution. I'm sorry, I have to say this because I'm a medical doctor as well, and I have to keep reminding this to myself. The second industrial revolution happened when electrical power came and we started manufacturing thousands of cars every day. So much so that at that point in time, we had people working in companies where their role was to focus on one small part, maybe make sure that the door from the car fit into the car. The car moves, door fit into the car. The car moves, door fit into the car. So we had a person whose role was just to fit a door into a car for 30 years. A person joined Suzuki or Hyundai or Honda at a point when he was 20 years old and he retired at 60 years old. And all he knew was just fixing the door to the car. And then came computers in the third industrial revolution. And now we have the fourth industrial revolution. I don't need a person to fix a door to a car. I need a person to ensure that multiple things get done at the same time. And that is what we have here. And multiple things include everything ranging from various aspects of computing to cybersecurity, cloud computing, and these are the 12 technological pillars of Industry 4. We've already started using RFID very rapidly. In Masa University, we have a project as of now, which is under my leadership. We call this the Eco Village, where we have an entire village on containers. And these containers help to grow various aquaponic and hydroponic cultured vegetables. And we are selling this in the market. We're selling the media too. We are using drones to make sure that everything is safe. So we've already removed at least 11 security people. And we use RFID technology to make sure that the temperatures inside the containers are safe. As much as I talk about IR 4.0, I am doing this right now. And unfortunately, a lot of our people have lost jobs. We are using IoT and IIoT and big data. And these are not just words, because we are actually using it in everything that we do in university, in administration, in commercialization, and in new revenues. So what are the specific technology developments? I told you, I gave you an example about the mine in Africa. Now, let us take the example of a watch. Everything is about cloud automation. Big data is about IOI, Internet of Things. Before IoT, we had a simple watch. I still use my old simple watch of over 30 years as a sentimental value. A watch was just a simple device which told you the time. And later on, if you're rich enough, you have a watch that actually tells you the date as well. Now, the present generation doesn't want wonderful designer watches. Nobody is keen on buying a Rolex or an Omega anymore because we have smartwatches like Apple Watch. Now, these are connected to the internet. They have multiple sensors. It tracks fitness. It collects health-oriented data. And that uses IoT. And that redefines how we interact with people. Now, with a smartwatch, I don't need a trainer in a gym anymore. I don't need a nutritionist anymore because my smartwatch tells me that I have not yet done my 10,000 steps for the day. My smartwatch tells me that I haven't had enough water for the day. So IR 4.0 takes this concept to a whole new level, ladies and gentlemen. And by doing this, we are losing another 800 million jobs in the next 3 years, and we're going to be replaced by robots. Not like how robots, cyborgs replace humans in the Terminator series, but actual robots which are created by us. So we gather real-time data from all parts of manufacturing processes so that we increase our productivity. Now, recently, my innovative team, I had an innovative team. My innovative team has developed an app, a mobile app, which is going to hit all the Malaysia Percusso users, 7 million users, by which we are actually going to introduce a predictive analysis for the health parameters. So it is a health-based app. They enter all the data of the blood values that they take, and the app gives a predictive analysis as to whether you're going to get a hypertension or diabetes or a cancer in the near future. So basically, what we have now as IR 4.0 is nothing but a crystal ball. And so we have tracking products. Everything can be tracked. So what does this mean to the workforce? It may sound depressing, but it shows that these people in the workforce are not actually losing their jobs, but with the right skills, they could take on more beneficial roles. That is where we have upskilling, reskilling, and so on. And once you have automation, it will make sure that you carry out different jobs, and automation will lead to the emergence of new jobs. For example, at this point, I wouldn't need a person who installs a telephone line to go directly to that place, but instead he could remotely do it from his office and ensure that he uses his time more productively to install about 10 or 20 telephone connections rather than go manually for one telephone connection. So what are the benefits? More companies can employ remote workers. You work from home, but still you do all your work. And the employers, for example, a university or a business or an industry, can have employees working remotely or flexibly. There have been various articles in various reports that say that when employees work flexibly, the employer saves a lot of money on various establishment expenses. At the same time, employees have more freedom to work and beneficial for companies as well. And so you gradually build up a global workforce, so much so that we have a group of people, say, for example, in a particular university, you have a group of 600 people. They can be used in various multiple sources at the same time, and it is going to increase your level of productivity. Employees have a greater work-life balance and greater flexibility. Now, this is what the Great Resignation is all about, the big resignation, which is actually trending now, as I told you. People want to leave because not that they don't want to work. Nobody wants to commit themselves to a full-time job when you can do multiple part-time jobs at the same time. It could be doing an online job, working for an online IT company, or selling your products on Amazon or eBay or Shopee or Lazada, or doing a part-time crash course training students as a tutor, and at the same time enjoying your Netflix in the evenings. This is what life is all about. Greater flexibility and a better work-life balance. So I'm sure until this point, you've all had this question as to which job is likely to be automated. Do I lose my job, or does my family, my wife, my father, my mother, child, who is likely to lose their jobs? Now, the industries with jobs most likely to be automated. Number one, food preparation industry. The need for relying on chefs is reducing now. A lot of food preparation is automated. When you go to airports now, all you need to do is just press a machine and food immediately comes out. It gets heated out, it packs, and it comes out in a plastic cover ready to be eaten. Construction, it's automated. Cleaning services, automated machines everywhere. Driving, it is believed that 10% of all cars on the road in another 10 years are going to by 2030, which is 8 years, are going to be automated. Agricultural labor is almost already automated. In fact, the hydroponics and aquaponics that we have here under our commercial arm is all automated already. We even have thermal sensors to detect the oxygen and nitrogen level in our room that grows plants, that we can connect it with our mobile phone apps as well. Industries with jobs least likely to be automated. Thank goodness, teaching is number one. So I guess you all can heave a sigh of relief. Many of you are teachers here. Some of you are students. Some of the students here like to be teachers. And when they see teaching as number one here, oh, well, not bad. I'm planning to become a teacher, and a teaching job is least likely to be automated. Well, having said that, a teacher's job can also be automated in future, but we are not doing so because of the humane connection with the students, where a teacher gives faith, hope, and determination to the students. No machine can do that. Upper management and politics, hospitality, healthcare, of course, it's very difficult to totally automate healthcare, even though we have robotic surgeries that have started, and science and engineering. We still need scientists with brains to think and to actually write research papers. Now, how are we responding? How is Malaysia responding? Malaysia has done a fantastic transformation where we have linked IR 4.0 with the United Nations. Excuse me. With United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are focusing on specific goals. Out of the 17 goals, for example, goal 9 and 12 is all about innovation and infrastructure, so that we actually use more automation for productivity, and cheap manpower is stopped, and this manpower is utilized for some other better uses. So considering all these aspects, IR 4.0 is best fit for Malaysia. Because point number one, 33% of the youth in the golden years are staying away from work. I mean, there are many reasons to stay away from work. The main reason is because they want to be their own entrepreneurs. They want their own business. They don't want to work for another employer. That is the main category. The remaining 30-40% of youth are probably led astray, thinking that, okay, I don't need to study. I just want to learn a musical instrument. I want to be like Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars is a fantastic example for a fantastic youth icon in America. But for the rest of the world, he actually creates a misnomer, because people believe that at the age of 20, by doing nothing, by not studying, you can actually win Grammys and Oscars. So it's all about upskilling. People don't want to do a degree or a diploma now. They just want to do small courses. This is where master classes come into play, where small credits can be combined together and you can build up your career. And many people don't want to go beyond school levels. 35% of students are school dropouts in the cities and 25% in villages. Women have a lesser chance of employment than men. And those who study well actually move over to Singapore or the US or other places. And we need to also ensure there is a good racial discrepancy when it comes to employment. So in all these aspects, we best fit in IR 4.0, because IR 4.0 is not about doing your masters or PhDs. For universities, I know SEGI focuses on masters and PhD. MASA does focus on masters and PhD. We bank on students coming in for the PhD programs, but the future, when it comes to IR 4.0 and IR 5.0, the reality is, actually we need to face the reality. Reality is, people don't want to do their masters and PhD. They just want to equip themselves with small courses so that in future they can focus on going into their specialization with just a minimum period of work. A student does not want to do his bachelor's in engineering and master's in engineering when he can just do a diploma or 2-3 certificate courses and still get a job in a civil engineering construction site with a slightly less salary than a person with 8 years of bachelor's or master's education. But he doesn't mind the less salary because he saves 8 years of education, and this 8 years he can go up to a manager. And these are the areas of thrust: industry, services, agriculture, healthcare, and renewable energy is what Malaysia is focusing on, and is what our industries are focusing on, is what our MIDA is focusing on, Malaysian Industrial Development Authority. And based on this, numerous courses have been recommended by the ministry. These are all some common KPT, PACE, and Penjana courses. Now, I actually show you a few examples of courses that relate to the 12 technologies in the Industrial Revolution. Courses in spot welding, courses in manufacturing, courses in plumbing and refrigeration, courses in automobile servicing and maintenance, courses in renewable energy, courses in medical system, robotic doctors, courses in physiotherapy, courses in dentistry, courses in home care systems. This is the in thing right now. Right now, everybody wants to go into home care systems because many countries have robots, cameras, and sensors. Right now, I can actually have a bird's eye view of what is going on in my house or what is going on in my eco village or a remote sensor with just my smartphone. So for me, the most valuable tool for me at this point is a smartphone. And courses that fit into all this, for example, drone pilots, bioplastics, algae, and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I finish, we'll actually have to know, we've actually seen how IR 4.0 is leading workforce into, and we're actually glad that we're in the education industry and we may not lose our jobs, but how do we prepare ourselves for IR 4.0? Is it easy? Is it difficult? I mean, do I need to do any other course? Well, MQA is ready to accept the fact that you can start doing smaller courses or micro credits, which can join in together. And in future, we have thousands of electricians, plumbers, and handymen. It is going to come into work that a handyman or an electrician or a plumber should have a certificate which is MQA approved so that he can actually work in your house. So we don't have non-trained, unskilled workers anymore. So manufacturing companies need a new age training program. We need to be trained to work with robots or changing tools and machines. We need to have IT competencies. It could be basic competencies such as using spreadsheets and accessing interfaces, or it can be advanced where we use our analytical skills. It depends on how best we want to get into it. The children in the present generation are really amazing when it comes to techniques with robots, because they used to playing games like Minecraft, where Minecraft is all about actually destroying things and rebuilding things. So it is in a way a masterclass by itself. So workers should be open to change. We will be open to change. We possess greater flexibility and we can actually adapt to newer roles and work environments. If your work environment has been working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, unfortunately, so do I. I work from 9 a.m. Sometimes it's 10 at night. That means we are already fitting into IR. We are not fitting into IR 4.0. We are still in the previous era or the generation. We have to move forward to make sure that our work timing, our work flexibility is hybrid, not because we want to relax, but it's because we need to have better productivity. Now, why? If we don't have better productivity, we are running a race right now. Those who are along with us will move ahead. And right now, jobs are less. People are ready to be more flexible and multitask to make sure that they are chosen more than you. So IR 4.0 is here to stay. But when it is here, we will have to adapt ourselves to make sure that we have flexibility. They say flexible working hours. Flexible working hours, ladies and gentlemen, is not a luxury. It is stressful because if you work under flexible working hours, we are actually committed to more productivity. So what is the way forward? Manufacturers will definitely use robotics to assess workers. Now, there are some experts who argue. McKinsey reports always argue about this, and they argue against the notion that manufacturing not all manufacturing jobs can be automated. We will increase assistant systems by IR 4.0, but this will be positive for the workforce. For example, we will have more mobile service technicians, machine operators. So gone are the days when a person is going to come and actually use a parang or a sickle to cut the rice or the wheat from the agricultural crops. He is going to operate on machines. Automotive assembly workers, the worker is going to operate on a machine that builds the car, and he is not going to manually build the car. So what does this mean? This means that the number of physically demanding jobs is going to reduce. But another kind of jobs are going to increase. Those are the jobs that require flexible responses. Ms. Zayani said that your HR people are out here. I think they would listen to this and they would agree. The number of jobs that increase will be those that require flexible responses, problem solving, critical thinking. That is why our curriculum in the MQF domains have critical skills, critical thinking skills, cognitive skills, problem solving, self-directed learning, and so on. So before I finish, this is not my last slide. I got maybe a couple of more slides. But before I finish, ladies and gentlemen, this is the infograph of IR 1, 2, 3, and 4, which I actually showed you in the first slide. But being a doctor, I'll actually have to make a statement on health and medicine as well before I finish. Otherwise, I wouldn't be true to myself and my profession. Ladies and gentlemen, IR 1.0, Industry 1, brought with it smallpox, which was a massive pandemic that destroyed 20% of the world's population at that time. In the 1870s, IR 2.0 brought in cholera, another massive pandemic that destroyed about 10% of the world's population. In the between 1970 and 85 was IR 3, Industry 3, which brought in not one but two pandemics, influenza and HIV. We were struggling to cope with these two pandemics. HIV was a pandemic and that turned an epidemic for over 20-30 years. Even now it's still there. We just know how to manage it, but we can't treat it. And IR 4.0 brought with it a free gift, which is COVID, and it's still on. IR 4.0 is on since 2019. So is COVID. And IR 5.0 is down the corner. So what medical pandemic do we need to brace with when we get IR 5.0? It's food for thought, but it's beyond the scope of my talk today. But I leave it with you in your mind so that we need to be prepared to brace with another pandemic. So I stop with this. Thank you very much. These are my references for all my content and my pictures as well. And for the HR guys who are listening to this talk, I actually have some interesting articles on the future HR in the next 10 years, which is going to reflect on how well you're going to recruit people for jobs in the next 10 years. Okay, so I finished with this last slide. This is a very famous rock band in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. They're known more for drugs and alcohol and junkies rather than the music. But they had one hit song which propelled them to stardom, Stairway to Heaven. And Led Zeppelin in Stairway to Heaven said that all that glitters is gold. And when you have enough gold, you can buy yourself a stairway to heaven. So which means everything is about productivity. And in your case, heaven in your career is success. Heaven in your life is a good quality life. And for all this, for your stairway to heaven, everything that glitters is gold. And IR 4.0, leading to IR 5.0, is your glittering gold. Just reach out and take it. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Prof. Sri Kumar, for the wonderful speech. For me personally, I especially look forward for the automated cars that saves a lot of time and stress every day. Just sharing my little input. We have some conversation here in the chat box. I think I can address them. Not much of a question, but some insights. Yep. All right, I'll address this a little bit. Here from Professor Dr. Gita from Faculty of Education. Very true, Prof. Sri. Flexi work has ample benefits, including cost reduction and WLB. Next is Professor Dr. Lawrence. Higher education should move to hybrid work model. Yeah, and then here from Dr. Dilashini Devi from Faculty of Business. She shared here that, okay, changes can be taken place via e-learning, which inclusive of interdisciplinary learning setup, academician playing great role to bring up new mindset students with IR 4.0 version onwards. Participants are also asking for the PowerPoint slides, Prof. Sri.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. Let me tell you something about flexible mode. If an organization has a specific mode, now let me focus on education at this point, since we're done with automation. Ms. Norzani, were you able to view my last few slides or did it get off?
It's no longer there anymore.
Oh, my last few slides were not there when I finished?
The slides just now, it was there.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, coming to academia and coming to education, there is no regulation in MQA or by KPT right now at this point, post-COVID, that recommends flexible mode or a full-time mode. But let me tell you something, if it is a full-time mode, you're there from 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 or 8 to 5 or 8 to 6 or whatever, you are committed to that point. 40 working hours is what HR says. But if you go into flexible mode, if your student from the US calls you at 12 midnight, you are deemed to take the call. You are deemed to wake up, and it is your responsibility and regulation that you have to wake up and explain to the student even midnight. I know our lecturers do so even when they are in full-time mode. But having said that, I believe from what feedback we have, flexible mode is even more stressful because the demands are more and the reach out to students are more. We have international students in many countries. And for the sake of international students, even though we have flexible mode, we have multiple classes of the same class that we take at various points in time in the day and night. So I hope that answers your question. It was not an answer, but it was just a comment.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sri. Here also from Prof. Gita, awesome and impressive sharing, Prof, relating IR with the diseases. Yeah, I find that very beneficial also, very beneficial. One question from Dr. Yoon Suk Ji from Faculty of Education. Hi, Prof, do you foresee there will be more ethical issues as we move more and more into automation and such?
Wonderful question. Huh? In terms of ethics, every new invention, technology, new revenue has to go through an institutional review board or a national review board or a country's review board for getting ethics before it is introduced. Now, we all have the new smartphones, 5G smartphones. Now, I'm sure you all know that when 5G smartphones were first introduced, it had to go through rigorous ethical approvals, because when 5G first started, thousands of birds were dropping down dead because of the interaction of the interface and the side effects of 5G. And they were worried that this would affect us as well. So we had to go through a lot of ethical issues to ensure that what you have as an additional band, the 5th G, came to you in your mobile phone. It required a lot of ethical clearances. Yes, the answer to this is yes, there will be ethical issues that arise. Now, let me give you an example in the scientific field. If there are many health science workers out here, I'm sure you know that a lot of research has been going on into stem cells. Okay, now they say that when you inject stem cells, you can become younger. You can become like Benjamin Button. If you have a heart attack, you inject stem cells into the heart and it gets back to normal. But research on stem cells was stopped by the President of America and his band of esteemed men, because they believed that doing research on stem cells, even though beneficial, is against ethics, because we are inducing artificial immortality to man. They believe that man has to suffer a disease and you treat, rather than prevent man from getting disease. So different people have different concepts when it comes to ethical issues, where it's up to scientists and the fraternity to fight against politics and come up with ethical issues to ensure clarity.
Thank you very much for your input, Prof. Sri. I think that's about it in the chat box. Let me scroll up again. Yeah, I think that's about it. New message. Okay, here Prof sharing from Prof Gita. My research on work from home showed that academicians' stress level increased during COVID-19, but yet most of them preferred work from home because of two reasons. They found they could be more productive in terms of publication and their work-life balance improved. What's your take on this?
Thank you so much for the question. For this question, I could give multiple answers, but at this point, I'd limit myself because my scope for talk today is Industry 4.0 and how it impacts the workforce. But having said that, IR 4.0 and COVID came in at the same point, and at the same point, it was like destiny that both had to be connected together. Now, Prof. Gita, if we did not have COVID at that point in time, IR 4.0 could never have taken off. People would have fought against this. People would have said that this doesn't affect it. But since this came, it blended together. It was a perfect amalgamation, probably granted by God, that what you have created, please accept. So having said this, the fact that, no, I'm not talking about work from home. I'm talking about flexibility in work is already a proved success over 3 years. And I'm sure there are many PubMed research articles to that. But your question can actually be a workshop by itself, and it would be good to have a separate workshop of its own. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the sharing input and questions from participants in the chat box. And also thank you very much to Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti for this collaboration, the communication all this while that we had, and also for delivering the speech for today. All right, we have a certificate of appreciation to display.
Thank you so much.
All
And
right.
I'm glad to accept the certificate on behalf of Masa University and on my own behalf. Thank you once again to the organizers for having given me an opportunity to limit myself to half an hour, because this topic can go on, but I actually had to focus on a few specific areas. But thank you once again. And thank you to the participants who were sort of awake, and some of you also sent chat reactions, which showed that flipped classrooms still do work even in conferences.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Sri. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had a fruitful session with Professor Dr. Sri Kumar, and now we're going to have another round of photo group session. So I would like to ask everyone to please kindly turn on your camera. All right, let's get ready for another round of group photo. Okay. I'm also waiting for the green light from my technical team here. So while waiting for their approval, let's everyone turn on your camera. All right, put on your best smile. Okay. Okay, we are going to take around 3 to 4 shots because we're going to have different setting. All right, so let's take the first shot. All right, everyone. On a count of 3. All right, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, all right, that's the first shot. All right, let's give them some time. After this, we'll go on a lunch break, yeah? Okay, now let's take the second shot, everyone. All right, on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, hold on. Smile, continue, keep smiling. Okay, all right. Okay, we're going to take one more shot after this. Our excellent technical team is really doing their best. Kudos to the technical team. Okay, all right. So the last one for this session. All right, ready? Smile. 1, 2, 3.
Well, Dr. Zaina, also just to add, the fact that you're taking so many photographs also brings to light that in IR 4.0, evidence of an event is more important than the actual event itself.
Yeah.
You will have to make sure that you have enough evidence that the meeting was conducted and held. And I agree with that. Yeah.
That's a good point, Prof. Yes. Yeah. Okay, team, are we okay? All right. Okay, that's all for the group photo session. Again, thank you very much to both of our keynote speakers. We have Dr. Bunchu all the way from Thailand. We also have Professor Dr. Sri Kumar from Mahsa University. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now go for a lunch break until 1 o'clock. Lunch will be from now until 1 o'clock, and then we will proceed with the concurrent session. The concurrent session will be between 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the respective meeting room. The links for that meeting room is available in the chat box in the handbook program. So you may find your name and your respective link in that attachment. All right. We would appreciate presenters and participants to enter your meeting room at 12:45. 15 minutes before the event. So that's concurrent session. And after that, sorry, yes.
Sorry, Dr. Norzana. Okay, I'm Prof. Gurnam here. I just want to know what is the schedule because I do not have which student is presenting at when. I don't see it in the book.
In the program handbook, I believe there is a name list of student and the respective
link. Yes, name
link.
list, yes. But what time are the students presenting? Who is presenting in which room? And at what time?
Yeah, can I get a concurrent session leader to help, please, to assist, please?
Thanks, Dr. Zayana. Hi, Prof. Gurnam.
Yes.
There will be no time allocation have been given. So all the participants on that particular concurrent session are required to be in the room, and they will be asked to present according to the numbering that is done based on the Appendix 1 that is available on our landing page.
Okay, that because I have got a few students in different rooms. So where do I go and which room do I go at what time? That's what I want to know.
I see. Okay, if that's the case, probably I can advise you separately.
Yeah, okay, thanks, dear.
All right, welcome. Back to you, Dr. Zayana.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selvi. And also thank you for the question, Prof. Gurnam. All right, so the concurrent session will be between 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Kindly enter your respective meeting room by 12:45 p.m. And then after that, we will be back in this meeting room, the main room here, for the closing ceremony at 3 p.m. During that ceremony, we'll have speech by our dean and also award-giving session at 3 o'clock. I think that's about it for our session this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think we can go for a lunch and begin the concurrent session at 12:45 p.m. Okay, thank you everyone. Have a good day. Thank you to all our guests of honor and colleagues, participants for joining our session this morning. meeting room. Yeah, I'll share the link in the chat box here. All right. So okay, so in the link in the chat box. There's a link in the chat box, so you may go to your respective meeting room, and then you can start your presentation for the concurrent session.